this isn't just any Toad.
Captain Toad?
This is
Captain Toad's first appearance?
First appearance of Captain Toad. Ah! Me!
Oh my god.
Bruh. BTS. They did show me their feet, to be fair. They did. I went. They did! They showed me a video of their feet. They told you it was pronounced B-toes? Oh. B-toes? Is it actually? Yeah, I ignored that. I definitely ignored that. Hi, Shark. What was this? Why would it be B-toes? Is the music too loud? I can turn it down. It's loud for me. Hi, King. Hi. B-toes. Would you like me to call you B-toes? I'm gonna start over because I kind of want to like go through and find all the secrets.
Ma'am, this is a Wendy's.
Ma'am, this is a Wendy's. How are you?
You can work hard through your whole life, but sometimes even that's not enough.
We're raising money for our sick daughter who has cancer, and we're clean. We got involved in a mafia.
One short call can hold the power to change it all. But the question is,
We do this now.
should you really take it?
Oh, Lord. Now we have high protein Greek yogurt with high protein granola and a drizzle of honey, and it's so yummy. That sounds delicious. You're hitting your protein, I hope. If I died now, I could die happy. No! You're gonna live forever. All my friends are gonna live forever. I have wheat thins. I have... Okay, I have 3 varieties of 36 grams? Holy heck. That's, like, really good. How much are you supposed to have? I should cook something. Yeah, I think we're having pot roast tonight in the crock pot. Okay, I got 3 different varieties of sunflower seeds. I have chili limon, I have ranch, and I have... I don't know why I bought so many flavors. I have Old Bay. Yes, I've got pork meatloaf, and I have protein shake to try. Lovely. I already know how to do things. What is here? Supposed to eat my weight in grams of protein, so like 120-ish grams. Oh, you're nearly there. You can do it. You are required to vacate the building within 90 days. This housing estate is sold by Ruth L.S. Ruth L.S. Ruthless Development Group and will be transformed into an exclusive residential complex.
You're too poor to live here.
Yeah. I don't even think I need to like worry about this area. Pretty sure the only thing I need to clean is the inside of the...
The key should be here somewhere.
Surely. There's a way to like scan the area, but I forgot. B? How do I scan the area? I already know all this.
Lock to height. Looks like I'll need to find a key. So that's where to put it.
Left Alt. Doesn't look like that's it. I'll figure it out. Uh-oh. Okay. Hi. Want yourself to know. Megan AI is here. Oh my. Do I want strength detergent or do I want... I mean... Welcome in, Megan. Big fan of your movie. For cleaning. Guys, I'm so excited. I have something to look forward to, and I'm very happy. I'm very happy. Oh, no, you don't. I don't know why I was clicking. No, you can just hold. New one will be arriving soon, and I am excited. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what to expect. It turned from like a horror movie to like a thriller, and I'm slightly confused. I'm so happy you're happy. Oh, I love you. No, this is like peak relaxing game. Except when it glitches, like there's a chance like something can glitch into the wall and your percentage doesn't increase and it's kind of frustrating. I love cleaning stuff in game. Cleaning IRL sucks. Yeah, because like I don't have a Hot Wheel in real life. I don't have a freaking Hot Wheel in real life. Sorry, I can't spoil, but I will say this creator from Annabelle will be a part of it. Oh yeah, yeah. I think I saw that in the trailer. Let me look at the controls. Is there a control? Cleaner sense. Q. Q. Q is the cleaner sense. Wait, that's the wrong way. That's the wrong way. Oopsie.
Oh, fuck. No, I signed up for this.
You signed up for this. You're locked in. I said Q. Did you? I'm so sorry. I thought you said Alt. I'll listen to you next time. I'll look better next time. Shocker, the AI summary was wrong and said left Alt, but I scrolled down and found humans said Q. Huh? Huh? Oh, there's blood. This is a bit realistic. Unrealistic. Blood just doesn't... Yeah, it's very unrealistic. There is, like, residue that it will leave behind. Also, I have, like, a strength. Sorry, I'm listening. I have a special detergent.
Now one of them is dead.
This ice cream sucks. How does ice cream suck? I wasted money on it? No. What happened? I'm so sorry.
Using mop here is pretty much as ineffective as mopping around.
What do you mean? It's pretty effective. It's going away. Be competent. These sweet instincts run my life. Every other day I'm wondering. Is it a mistake to try and be? Luckily that it's not like as precise as Power Wash Simulator is. So you don't need to like get every single inch. It kind of just like goes away in a bunch. Can I put this away now? I need to renew my mop, I think. Maybe? Not yet? Ain't gotta be like, what's the way to just be competent? Do do do. It's hazelnut and I dislike. It's chocolate hazelnut and I dislike both. Why? Yeah, why'd you get it then? I'll take it. I'll eat it. I love hazelnut. Yum yum yum. Were you given it or did you buy it yourself? Like a dingbat. Pokécatch. Da 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 da.
No one was ever here.
Yeah, they get like really bad. They get really terrible. Oops. And as soon as I am able. Yeah, but there's also only one. One of the things. Oh yeah, I think there's two. There's two bodies. Okay, let's clean this up. Hell yeah, that's me. I forgot I don't like mandarin juice. How do you forget this? Did you just like not have it for a while and just like forgot? I'm confused. Now my mouth is tingly. That probably means you're experiencing an allergic reaction and probably shouldn't drink it. Your mouth isn't supposed to be tingly when you have fruit.
That guy was clearly missing a screw.
Ew. Overcoming aggression, Theodore Bundy, how to deal with your violent urges. Ew. Ooh, money. Ooh.
Point is well set
Drugs.
aside.
Good God.
I'm slowly growing tired of this.
Did I just knock over my bucket of water? I'm gonna be really upset. Okay, it's fine.
I should use a sponge.
Oh, I don't want to use my sponge. Why do I have a mop if I can't mop the floor with it? I drew an emote for a Hempy of that bucket freaking out, but I want to redo it. I want to see it. I don't have it right now. Oh. I see. Is that a drug instrument? An instrument to use drugs? I don't partake in this. I wouldn't know. Yeah. This is for Schweed. It's just a fancy vase. Yeah, fancy vase. Oh, there's the couch cushion I was missing. Ah! Just let me. There we go. Yeah, I guess I do recognize that shape. Holy shit, I'm so behind. Mashi just picked up the guitar. Oh, bruh. Bee feet over here watching Mashi stream from last year. Beatos. Hello, dipshitiot. Happy 2024! I wish it was 2024 so we could get the timeline back on track.
Yet no fun was had.
I might be late tonight. Sorry. Why? You on a date or something? No. Just want to buy some weed and have fun. Alright, see you tomorrow. She just wanted to buy some Schweed. Ah! Oh my god. Maybe my fucking house will flood and displace me for 7 months this time. I don't even remember 2024, I'm gonna be real.
Stab 2
Uh-oh. Chat, look away. There's some bodies. Somebody once told me. Here, let me clean around you real quick. I'm so sorry. Oh.
Murder weapon.
Ah!
Letter.
Why did it moved? It scared me. I don't know, it moved. I'm sorry. Let me just clean around you real quick.
Need to empty the trash can first.
Pennywise? Oh my god, he's supplying to someone named Pennywise.
Tyler owed him a lot of money.
I put a chip inside of him.
Their beef was about.
What? You what, mate?
Damn, he's heavy. But now, I guess I put him in my trunk.
Nothing sussy here. Just throw him out the window. Ah. What? That's where the truck is. Threw him out the window. That's where the truck is. The cops will look there. It's okay. There's no cops in this game. We are safe. Yeah, I'm gonna drive it away. I was just taking a shortcut, you know. Throw it out the window first. Finish cleaning.
At least he
Ooh, money. Oh no. This one's kind of graphic, honestly.
What the hell happened up there?
Not a fan of the blood leaking through the attic. What do you mean, where am I taking the body? I already threw the body out the window. Oh, in my truck? Oh, I don't know. I'm disposing of it somehow. Ah!
Fuck.
I'm so sorry.
Another
I'm so sorry. I gotta take care of you. I won't throw you out the window because I'm sad for you. You just wanted some sweet and you died. You died. Treat the ladies gently. As I throw her.
ordinary janitor. Now I'm dragging a dead girl to my car. But I have other people to look out for. Ugh, no need to thank me.
Okay, bodies are disposed of. Ren, don't get killed. Mashi would have to clean you up. Oh my god! No, don't say that. Is there some drugs I can sell? Ooh, I can sell that. GG. Some Benjamin Franklin. Yeah, Megan is right. They have a spaghetti sauce factory in their attic. Okay, it's just spaghetti sauce. That's fine. That's fine. We can handle that. I'm just cleaning spaghetti sauce. It's very... They made so much spaghetti. Where's the noodles? I'm refreshing. BTOs, is my... Guys, is my stream that behind? They just sell the sauce, they don't make the noodles. Oh, okay, okay, okay. They're just a sauce supplier. It's just BTOS being BTOS. Oh, okay. Seems fine to me. I hope so. If it's not, I'll restart the stream and try to fix it.
My stomach's already.
Ropes and knots. Ew. This guy was a freak. And not in the good way, in the bad way.
Why do psychos love classical music so much?
That's so true. You know what? Okay. I don't know why I was trying to climb with that. Hashi, what do I get for the 45 stream streak? Nexus 200. Holy shit. God, I still don't know, guys. I still don't know. I want to give you something, but I just don't know what yet. Hi, Sunny, by the way. You get burned by shade, damn. I know. Turn off that garbage.
Looks like Rob was a real freak.
Ah.
I should never have gotten involved with this.
No, you should not.
I know a guy who might help me with it.
You can have a smooch on the head. Of course.
Things change from really, really bad to absolutely horrible.
There's another one? I forgot there was a third.
That's very vintage, just like me.
Pick up.
If I bail, the cops will find out what
Oh,
happened.
she's T-posing.
This might lead them to Tyler.
This spaghetti factory got out of hand. Pokey catch. Pokey catch. Da, 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 da. Didn't catch it. It didn't say yet. Didn't say if you caught it yet. What is it? I don't know how Shade could get that high of a stream streak. Machi's internet has killed too many times of mine to try personally. Well, Twitch is doing a new thing where you can like save your streak. Also, my internet hasn't been that crappy lately. We got it fixed in like the summer, so it's been better.
I should use a sponge.
I should be past 200 right now, just saying. Well, you know, sometimes things don't work out, and that's fine.
Using mop here is pretty much as ineffective as mopping around.
So alone. she was... Oh, that's sad. What else can I steal from this fucker?
Can't pick up anything with a full bag.
Oh, look, he drew a mushroom house. This brings a whole new meaning to spaghetti art. Oh, he drew it with spaghetti sauce. Oh.
Serial killer.
Oh, that's what he was doing. Olive Garden delivers now? Oh my god, I had Olive Garden and their shit was so salty. Like, they coat that... there was no garlic, it was just salt stick. It was just a salt stick, not a garlic stick. How many trips do they have to do to give me breadsticks? I don't know. How do they do that? Apparently humans ate... Oh look, it's Rinsong! It's in my liked playlist on YouTube.
Time for a bag swap.
Oh hell yeah. Oh hell yeah. What are you doing not having Rinsong on your playlist, huh? Gigi! Are you running? Oh, shit.
Cool. Can you give me a sec?
Alan.
Alan, we
We
are
are
so...
so fucked. Well, I make Shark listen to them beforehand, so he might be sick of them. Plus, he is smart about audio, and I don't sound that good. Oh, whatever. You sound amazing. I'm just gonna close that. There we go. I'm missing... Dispose of trash and blood paintings.
Fucking psycho.
I'm gonna check if I missed any secrets. Runs on my favorites. There was a 60s sitcom about a family of cheesemakers. The Munsters. The Munsters. I think I got everything. Oh, forgot to steal the drugs. Why would I leave them behind? Gotta make that money for my sick daughter. Why is there... This guy's weird. 1800. He's so handsome. He's my hero. 1800. And be up for a good time. Oh, yeah, some sugar. We got some sugar packets. 00. He's so handsome. He's my hero. 1800. They make a sweet sauce. I'd be stealing the pots. Yeah, it's hard to find a good pot and pan set. Am I right? Yeah, I could steal all of these. I could make soup. Hell yeah. The knives. Yeah, I'd be stealing a bunch of shit. What the? What the? Whatever. Whatever. Here. Put it back in the box like a normal person. Don't fuck that shit up for me. Please, 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 please. Okay, I was never here. Taryn's cute. Thank you, Taryn. Completza. Oh, I love you. You're so funny. Betos. You're so funny. Did I already check these? Apparently. Okay. Let's get out of here. I was never here. Whee! Oh my gosh. I've had this guy IRL at the food bank call me Damien for the last year and a half. I volunteered. My name is not Damien. Why do they call you that?
Is it still me behind the wheel?
Wait, did I finish everything? Is everything good? Hold on. Yeah, I think I'm good. I'm good. They make you like second guess yourself. Yes. Betos, have you corrected them? Have you said my name's not Damien? Where did he even drive in from? Who knows? I sold so many things. I wear a name tag? Bruh. What the hell? No, really? How did I miss those? And these? I'm so annoyed. Redo time. I looked so... I swear I looked everywhere. Thank you for the head pat. Okay, cleaner scents. Personally, I want my... I don't know. This will make my pressure washer have more tank capacity. But honestly... What is that sound? Holy... Oh, I got stuck behind the door. Why is this on my liked playlist? Oh. I want my MTV. Someone farting on the beat. Bruh. That's not a fart. What kind of farts do you be having for them to sound like that? This is the way that it all... Light ones? Tight ones? I thought you said light ones. King Gambit. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I get increased mop strength or increased sponge? I think it would be nice if my sponge got... Taryn, have you been watching the Fallout series? It's so good. I need more people to talk about it with. I watched season 1. Ren, you did? Who's your favorite character? Last episode was not. It was. It was. I've been playing Fallout 76. I watched 76. Bruh. Dog meat. Yeah, dog meat. I don't know. I love Cooper. Cooper Howard. I love Lucy. I love Thaddeus. Maximus. Dane. I love all of them. I'm gonna go fucking insane. I'm gonna go absolutely bonkers if I have to listen to this sound. You know what? You know what? You know... Ah! Wow. That's so much better. Yeah, my memory is good when I actually like the characters we're in. If I'm not like attached to the characters, I can't remember who anyone is. Yeah, I watched Fallout last night or the night before, Mashi. It was really good. I was like, next episode, wait. I gotta wait. I know, fuck. I know, it's so annoying having to wait. That's why Mashi didn't remember I said Betos. No, I don't remember. I have selective memory, just like I have selective hearing. That's why we always wait until the show is all the way out before we watch it. Yeah, it's so hard to wait, though, because I'm like, I need to see my babies. You're addicted to drugs. I like... I love how they added that. I've been looking at, like, the Fallout lore and all the different things. And people, I love seeing, like, people, how people would, like, put stats on the characters in the show. Like, someone said Maximus has, like, 8 intelligence or something. And the ghoul is, like, high on, I don't know. I don't remember. I'm enjoying Critical Role. They're coming back this week. Oh! They have a new animated show. Charisma. The ghoul is high on charisma. Is that it? Yeah. Lucy is maxed out on something. Oh, and her brother. Her brother, what is his name? I'm interested in his storyline too. I watched Vox Machina, the show, but then I haven't watched Mighty Nine yet. I really want to watch Mighty Nine next. Increase strength. I have 1 more point. It's special, so strength, perception, endurance, charisma, intelligence, agility, and luck. Oh, yeah. Doesn't Lucy have, like, a lot of luck? Maybe. I don't know. And they said they were doing, like, a neutral, good, or a good, neutral, evil, character thing. But I think Maximus is I think he's good. I like him. Oh, this fucking place. I was stuck here forever because I couldn't find a piece of trash.
No worries, pals. He's too dumb to suspect a thing.
Loving familiar. Just don't chicken out at the last moment, gentlemen.
I never truly paid attention to the fact special is the stats panel. Oh.
More like a big pussy.
Spooky. Acronym, I had no idea. What's happening here? The ducks represented... Look at the scrub daddy. People just got moited. Scrub buddy. I have a scrub mommy.
How are you doing, Dexter? Did you know Daddy started a criminal career?
Dexter. Did The job you did at Roz was commendable. I got a task for you, and later, a real job. Remember, working for me means high pay, and I demand loyalty. Now let's get down to business. Take all the supplies you need and head to the Mike's Wellness Center. Mike's my cousin, by the way. If you prove yourself, I'll reward you handsomely. I'm so sad. I'm so sad I missed those cassettes. I might go back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Before I forget to ask Mashy, is mobile art allowed to be posted? Yes. Mobile art, yes. What happened to my song? Why did it... Yeah, mobile? I'm not sure what that means. You made me art? That's so sweet. I want to see. Please. Okay, what do you guys think? Do I go back to... Oh, did my headset just straight up die? Is that what's going on? Oh. Is that what's happening? It's not AI art, is it? Yeah. Is it AI? Hi, welcome. Smash no mouth. You can post art in the arts and crafts channel. You can post it in the others art channel. A mobile coloring. Oh, cute. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to find a plugin for my... Oh, I missed the other song. I wanted to listen to the other song. This one. I like Wabi Sabi Lullaby.
It'll be a long.
Oh, that's so cute. I love it.
The man
Thank
never
you
put himself with.
for thinking of
Even though
me.
in the
That's
first place,
adorable.
Kill his own family.
I'm in
like
stream
this.
too. It's been a while
His
since I
name
was
will
here.
haunt me until my
Yes, welcome. Did you change your name recently?
Mr. Cleaner, are you there?
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Kowalski. I'm now taking charge of this place as an inheritance from my cousin, so my schedule is pretty tight. However, you can take your time while dealing with his body and this whole mess.
Thanks. I'm getting down to work.
That's what I like to hear.
I was Smashimaru. Yeah, I thought so. Okay.
I need to open it from the other side. I need to open it from the other side.
Welcome to Miko's Spa and Wellness, place which you never want to leave.
Thank you for the head pat. This one I really struggled with because I couldn't get my glass percentage to go up. Or not my glass, but like it kept telling me that I was missing trash when I wasn't. Noel. Maybe I should upgrade the capacity of my trash can next. That'd be helpful. Doesn't give who I am. And she doesn't give a damn about me. 'Cause I'm just a teenage dirtbag baby. I'm just a teenage dirtbag baby. Listen to Iron Maiden, baby, with me. Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Give.
I'll have to search the lockers for evidence as well. Right into the bucket.
Doesn't give who I am. And he doesn't give a damn about me. Also, the Nico mug Also gave me an idea on what to use in the background. Oh, cute.
I can't put it back like that.
Oh, she doesn't do what she's missing. Oh, yeah. Dirtbag. She doesn't know she's missing. I don't really want to use the pressure washer because I'll get trash everywhere and it's a struggle. I had a dream. Joker. You did get the eye color perfectly. Thank you. Who I am. And why does she give a damn about me? Tickets to Iron Maiden, baby. Come with me Friday, don't say maybe.
¿Viste su despliegue de habilidades?
A teenage dirtbag baby like you. Hello, Bree! Welcome in! Hello, how are you? What were you streaming? It's good to see you. Did you have a good stream? Oh no, I'm here twice. Oh, Stardew. We love Stardew. Hello, Defnut GM. I have to raid and run quickly. Okay, please be safe. Be careful and get food and whatever else. Thank you for the raid. Thank you, thank you.
Believe this shit. And nobody's even here to see it.
Oh, tattoo. I freaking love tattoo. Oh my god, I'm getting footprints everywhere, aren't I? Running through my head, running through my head, running through my head. Running through my head,
Y'all
running
ain't
through
gonna
my
believe
head,
this shit. And
This
nobody's even here to see it.
not enough. I'm in serious shit. Get totally lost. If I'm asking for help, it's only because being with you has opened my eyes. Good night. I'm good. I'm gonna go take a rest for a bit. Okay, I love you. Rest well.
Y'all ain't gonna believe this shit.
I hope you're
Nobody's
doing
even here to see
okay.
it.
This is not enough. Damn. This is a big job for a small dog.
Cleaning comes before fixing.
And I'm all mixed up, feeling cornered and rushed. They say it's my fault, but I want her so much. Wanna fly her away, for the sun and the rain coming down on her face. Don't worry me, what I'm feeling for her, what she's feeling for me. I can try to pretend, I can try to. Going out of my head. What am I missing? Okay, let me go change the bucket. The bucket is you see as I've lost my mind?
Won't move like this.
What do you mean it won't move like this? There we go.
Huge guy. Probably a bodyguard. Swiss cheesed with a sharp object. Fully relaxed, not knowing someone is about to stab him. Peaceful death. Too
Keeping up with those pasta eating Mamma Mia's make me sick. But as I've been shopping, taking out Big Jim. I got connections with
Oh, they were trying to kill Big Jim, but Big Jim got them first. I see. I see. Oh no, they killed Big Jim's family, I think. That's fucked up.
Thought out plan. Mike and Rick could execute well, but got executed instead.
Or maybe. No, I don't think they got... I don't know. This game is weird. That used to be one of the rotten ones. They got executed instead. Yeah. Joker, how are you, Joker? The blood placement really does not make any sense. Like, this guy, the fact that there's even blood in here at all does not make sense, because I'm pretty sure he got, like, locked in this room. I don't think he... Or maybe they did stab him. I don't fucking know.
First things first. Gotta scrub, scrub, scrub.
I did scrub it! I did scrub it. Me fine, just figuring out some stuff. I'm itchy for some league comp before packing. I'm so happy for you, Joker. I'm so glad you're getting out of your messy situation. I hope you're excited. How's the area that you're moving to? Is it decent? Will you visit me? The new place is actually further away. I don't know. I don't have any plans to go to Mexico. Don't worry, I have plans on visiting Canada to see you. Oh, Joker. Thank you for not doxing me. We'll never be debt-free.
Back where it belongs.
We're safe and soundly. Like a baby. Why can't I go any further? I really... This is annoying.
Someone was feeling stabby today.
Our solarium guarantees a very even tan all over the body. Please enjoy it to the fullest.
More like a very balanced barbecue experience all over the body.
Ah, it's stuck. How did I... Okay, how did I manage to do that? To understand. For some reason, I don't even know where you are from. For some reason, I don't really know where you are from. For some reason, the place that comes to my mind when thinking about your house is New Orleans. I do not live anywhere near New Orleans. No, that's funny. You were actually closer the first time you guessed. New Orleans is like Louisiana area, I'm pretty sure. I do not live in Louisiana. I'm bored out of my mind, hubby. Been here for an hour. Just 10 more minutes, baby. I'll make it up to you. Buy me a jacuzzi like the one you have here. When we take Jim out, we can sell this whole business and fuck each other's brains out in Malibu. Oh my
She was
god.
Mike's wife, apparently. They were planning a coup, but Jim outsmarted them. Damn. I'm in.
VIP access denied.
Probably slipped
A
into the
gun?
hands of a clumsy criminal. Another one.
Another one. That reminded me of sugar. What? What? Am I crazy or was that? Oh my god. I am. Yeah. I'm not gonna talk about that.
All nice and sparkly.
I was like, why isn't it going? Why isn't it going on the table? The table's not even there. What is wrong with me? Operated by. Mashi dropping an item on the ground. Why no float? Why no float? Why? What doing wrong? Pretend. Coin operated boy. Oh. I need to get new water, methinks. Let's do strength this time. This just reminds me of that one show that I watched. What is it? With the robot that hates Nazis. I always forget the name, but it's a really good show. They need to like make a season 2. I don't know if they ever will though. Creature Commandos. Yes, thank you. It's a very good show. Highly recommend. If you like Invincible and stuff like that, highly recommend Creature Commandos. Is she talking about a vibrator? Indiana Jones isn't a robot. Wait, am I missing something? Is Indiana Jones a robot? I like Invincible. Yeah. I do like Invincible too. Most people here have peak taste. Peak? This way, looking like no. Begging, baby, would you please put things dead? Ah! Ah! This has to happen. Oh no, it fell off. No, it's there. I don't believe God, but I believe that you're my savior. Duck with the hat. Duck with the hat.
That's what I call a gruesome death. Pursuit of beauty can be fatal.
I think the duck with the gun should be the one with the hat.
Sorry for what happened, ma'am. You don't think about it daily, but the human body is such a soft machine.
Okay. Oh shit. No.
One slice to the throat did the trick. Pretty quick death,
Lovely.
given circumstances.
I'll try not to like run over them. But you know what? They'll be safer. They'll be safer. Here, let's do this. They'll be safer like this. Somewhere now. You are now. Right now, once I leave you, I'm strung out. If I look at you, I'm slowly breaking down. Sad to see you, I get you right here. Get you everywhere. All the time we can never be a pair. There we go. Now they can't get trampled. But I wish you. We always lose connection.
What the actual fuck?
Are you a pizza cutter? What
People
the
slicing
fuck?
Pizza with this.
Ah! This was getting dirty anyway. You hold me tight, then lets me go. You hold me tight, then lets me go. Everything's alright. And I always wanna see you, but I wish you were right here. I always want to leave you when I get you everywhere. Strong enough to sink in. Oh no, I don't need you, but I miss you. Come here. That's my baby dog. That's my pigman dog. That's my pigman dog.
All work, no play. Goddamn.
Ochi, 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 he's my baby. Oh, this guy was shot. Yeah, it would be also nice if my things got dirty slower. This place is gonna be spotless. Oh.
The NB letters on his tattoo could stand for Norman Bates. Or Nomad Block, the notorious street gang. Either way, he shouldn't have gotten in Jem's way. Shot dead at close range. This must be Mike, the owner of this place.
Former owner of this place. I knew he always wanted to get it in, but he crossed the line by getting in conflict with the other gangs, and nobody ever crosses Big Jim.
Hey, at least it's more work for me.
That's the spirit.
I'm a broken, lost soul, and I don't understand. Sweet and sappy, but you're the all I wanna do is make you happy. You know, all I really wanna do is spend all of eternity with you. Yeah, all I really wanna do is spend all of eternity with you. Even when that I'm a broken, lost soul, see you shattered, 'cause you're the only thing that even matters. You know that all I only wanna do is spend all of eternity with you. Yeah, all I really wanna do. No, my bucket! My bucket. With you. Yeah, all I really wanna do is spend all of eternity with you. Did I disappoint you? I've crossed the line. Your pretty is on course. Who you were before me, because body's on the line now. I can't fight this time now. I can feel the light shine on my face. Did I disappoint you? Let me over. I crossed the line. Yeah, they got the Final Destination. That's why this movie's a big reason why I'm afraid to ever use a tanning bed other than my skin is very fair and I don't want to cook. Because I know I would cook. The only time I ever like tanned and wasn't in pain was when I was in Arizona. Shine on my face, did I disappoint you? If I cross the line.
That's a piece of work.
No VIP card detected.
Gets at one of the lockers.
Apparently, criminal savoir vivre is not allowed taking weapons to the sun. It might be worth something. What would the kids nowadays say? Not making it out of the hood with this one.
How you like da 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 da. From what I've gathered in this game, our wife passed away. I don't know how yet, but our daughter's like really sick with cancer. And we were a teacher, but they weren't giving us a pay raise, and our daughter's bills are like, we're in debt because of our daughter's medical bills. I may be AI, but I have a fear of semis because of the movie. Because of that movie. Oh, yeah. Final Destination?
No,
Yeah, definitely.
I'm something of a VIP myself.
I have a fear of log trucks. No, we would be in the same boat, yeah. Hehehe. Oh, when did that break? I managed to break this somehow. I don't remember how. Dispose of garbage bags.
It's not like they need it anymore. It's not hard to gain a fear due to a movie, especially when things in the movie have happened in real life, such as accidents involving semis. Yeah, so I promise you're perfectly fine. Thank you. Yeah. I'm deathly afraid, I won't be able to drive because of it, but I would panic if I saw a log truck in front of me. That's probably why I refuse to watch those movies. Same with the Saw movies. I know it's I don't know. Is it super unrealistic that some psycho would kidnap you and do terrible things? No. It's not super out of the ordinary.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Right, it was based on real events. Exactly. So, it's very not out of the ordinary for something like that to happen. I'm waiting for my show. I'm waiting for my show. Shout it out. I'm just double checking I didn't miss any secrets or something. I don't think I missed anything. I probably missed secrets, but I don't really know how to get to some secrets. I've seen all the Final Destination, even though everything doesn't have a high chance of happening. That doesn't mean it's not taken lightly in. As for me, all the Saw movies, I will admit they did have me biting nails. Yeah. Too gory for me. I don't really like gore. I'm more of like a psychological thriller kind of gal. Okay, we want... Puppy. Puppy. Where's my puppy? Puppy.
Who's a good
A good boy. Who's a good boy?
Mom?
I'm more into adventure, mystery, and rom-coms. Yeah, rom-coms. I also like dark comedy. He owes 28,000. Damn. Where's my pupper?
Sorry, Dexter, but it's no time for a walk.
Yeah. Rocky Horror Picture Show is kind of like that. There was one called Little Evil or something. There was one that was like a parody on like hillbilly killers that I watched. That was really good. You know how like there's a stereotype that like the hillbillies are like the killers in horror movies. What is that called? Parody movie about... I have to look it up. Tucker and Dale versus Evil. Yeah. Tucker and Dale versus Evil. Yeah. That was a good one. That's the kind of like dark comedy I like. Thanks, Shark. Yeah, I remember that. Everyone was killing themselves on accident. It was terrible. And they're like over here like freaking out. Okay, I'll go get water actually. I need to go get some water. 1 second. I'm back. The plot twist was goofy as hell too. What was the plot twist again? Zombieland. I love Zombieland. I didn't really care. Well, I kind of liked the second one because the blonde girl was really funny. It's a peanut allergy. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Never mess with parental love. If something like that ever happened to Elena, I don't even want to imagine such a thing. Because I already know that I would do anything to save her.
Yeah, anything to save his daughter, like cleaning up crime scenes.
Beautiful place with not so beautiful aftermath.
No, he didn't lie. What the fuck? Oh my god! What happened to my music? Another thing I laughed at was, where's my god dang Twinkies? Sales in Twinkies went up so much when that movie came out. Everyone wanted a Twinkie. The bottle is floating. Water. Oh yeah, I got water. See, I got water. I did my hydrate while I was walking up the stairs. I'm gonna take another hydrate for Joker. Do another hydrate for Joker.
Someone brought extra arguments for family talk. Won't neat little hiding spot. Didn't work though. The girl believed in a true love. Ended up in a true crime. Let me guess. An angry father had a little chat with his daughter's no-good boyfriend.
Joker, 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 thank you for the head pats.
It's fine now.
Yeah, my bladder's tiny.
Well, well, well. Look what we got here. Fuck. Fuck.
Ah,
I'm in.
give me the cash.
There. No one will even notice.
I gotta get this body off the railing.
Was this the potential client?
Create a cooldown for your hydrate so you're not oh, it's fine. I don't mind. It's fine. If they want to water their Tamagotchi, they can water their Tamagotchi. Oh! This was actually a cover by a bunch of VTubers. It's really good. Oh, there's a couple VTubers in it. first wedding. Is how it grows. But then I want more. Just dance. Just scratch. Need a distance. Touch me. I wanna be dirty. Feel me, fulfill me. Creature of the night. Oops. Rose. Open you down. Action. Hey, Zazel. Action. Touch me. I wanna be dirty. Chill me, fulfill me. Creature of the night. Touch me. I wanna be dirty. Chill me, fulfill me. Creature of the night. Touch me. I wanna be dirty. Creature of the night. I miss having a Tamagotchi. I had a Tamagotchi that was like a makeup compact that had like a mirror and stuff. It was really cute. I think I got it at like Kmart when I was a kid, and I could never find anything like it. Kind of unfortunate. Because it would be cute to... I would be the cutest Tamagotchi. Maybe I should commission myself as a Tamagotchi. Such to take care of, but always fun to have around. And yeah, it was tough. I want to play Val, but I have... Oh no! I wish we could play with Pumpkin Joker. I'm pretty sure I still have Valorant downloaded. I do still have Valorant downloaded. I didn't know BB No Money was in this song. Oh, maybe I did and I never, like, I didn't remember.
Just think of the money,
Taken away. Beeb no Kashi. Beeb no Kashi is the greatest. That's not BB No Money? No, it was for a second. No. Yeah. Grabbits and BB No Money. Yeah. Yeah. Earlier, yeah, it was BB No Money. Not right now. He did the rap part. Baby nose. BB nose. BB. Give me the monies. Nah, if they don't unban Pumpkin, I'm never touching that game again. Yeah, that's so real. Cause why would I play a game that's like super unfair to her? That's crazy.
I can't put it back like that.
I wish I could get a plugin that like showed stream when I'm listening to, but it's really hard when you're not using Spotify. I'm using YouTube Music. Hey, JJ. We're cleaning up crime scenes.
Please, please.
Cleaner? I hardly rate her. Hello, Timberwolves.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I missed it. What happened?
That was so close. That was like comically
Rayquaza.
close. Holy moly, Sonny. I lived, bitch, indeed.
Understand it. You're always on my mind. I cannot help it. I don't wanna be. I hope you had a good stream, JJ. Touch me on the cheek, baby, thousand miles wide. Baby, and you, we're every time. From the dead, back from the dead.
I should clean it first.
Back from the dead, back from the dead. Back from the dead. Please raid and run if you need to. Go get some food and other things. Tend to Herman if need be. I almost died to the final boss in Pokemon Master Dungeon? Pokemon... But Sunny persisted with perfect dodges of every attack and hanging on. Ooh! Mystery Dungeon. Master Dungeon. Mystery Dungeon. Well, that's amazing. Sunny is resilient. We are currently playing. I already said what we're playing, but we're cleaning like a fancy house, and we're just vibing to music, which is nice. I need to bring my bucket upstairs. Let's clean up the trash. And get the evidence.
Need to empty the trash can first. I see that Plan B had to be put in motion.
A chicky chicky bam bam, a chicky chicky chum chum, a chicky chicky bam bam, a chicky chicky bam bam, a chicky chicky bam bam, a chicky chicky bam chum, bam bam, a chicky chicky. I'm pretty epic. Yeah, you are.
Interior design is my passion.
I will need to take the German Squirm and Herman outside for walkies. Yeah. Take Herman for walkies. Boop his snoot for me. I'm wondering why it's playing the same song. Is this a different version? Imagine having cocaine by your bedside.
I'm taking this up. Holy fuck. He did not mention this. Does he even know? She warned you all.
That's sad.
Exhausted from drugs and toxic relations, she went out on her own terms.
I feel like I hear someone talking quietly in the background. Am I crazy? Is the music that quiet? I I do have music going. Does it just sound like people talking? It is just Shizzle. No, Shizzle's not talking really. Oh, it's the in-game character, yeah. Oh yeah, the in-game character is talking too. You're so young, but we have nothing to lose. Let's get Shizzle is conspiring against the Servant Nation to keep Mashi for himself to stop cat dog Sundays. He would never. Jesus. We're so young, but we ain't got nothing to lose. It's just
Her last farewell to this wretched world.
what the? It's I'm missing a piece of evidence. Ah. It's all Kyle's fault. First he got you hooked on drugs, now he's going to turn my baby girl into a whore. You don't get it, we're soulmates, we're in love. It's not love, it's a disease. If he hurts you again, I will fucking end him. You do that and
Hate will tear us apart, one family at a time.
think that's it. Oh. Give for the head pat. Did I get everything in here? Yeah. Hi guys, did you know Mashi made me install Roblox and to try a game and she never installed it herself? Bruh. Bruh. Called out. Did you know Mashi made me install Final Fantasy 14 but never installed it? That's not true! I never installed that game! And you've had that installed forever. Puppy?
Who's a good boy?
Did you know Final Fantasy has a extensive free trial? I did know that. I did. I have to pee again. It's your guys' fault. Puppy. Yeah, puppy. Mashi looks like she's watching me do something cringe. You are not cringe. And even if you were, you're cringe, but you're free. Which, I wanna try my Old Bay, what the fuck are these called? Sunflower seeds, Jesus. Wait, they don't have a, I can't just, oh my god, I have to cut it? Oh no, I don't have to cut it. Wait. Out of curiosity, what's Boing Loings? It's a clip from Adventure Time.
Someone got hit in the boing loings. Someone got hit in the boing loings. Boing loings. Boing loings. Hit in the boing loings. Somebody got hit in them. Boing loings. Boing loings. Somebody got hit in them. Someone got hit in the boing loings.
Good job.
Hit in the boing Someone got hit in the boing
Good job, guys.
Boing
Good job.
Boing loings. Hit in the Somebody boing got hit Someone got hit in the boing loings. Boing loings. Somebody got hit in the
dark.
boing loings.
Please.
Boing loings. Boing loings. Hit in the boing loings. Somebody got hit in them. Boing loings. Boing loings. Somebody got hit in them.
Why is there no cooldown? I don't know.
Someone got hit in the boing loings. Hit in the boing loings. Boing loings. Boing loings.
Somebody got hit in
hit
them.
in them.
That's my favorite clip. Sorry, I asked.
Don't ask me why Smart House creeped the shit out of me. I saw so many
I'm sorry.
plagues. People went mad. I didn't know. I would have gone mad too. Is scaring one's neighbors to death the only way to fight these insane housing prices?
I want to have the double sponge technique. I watched Adventure Time when I was high. Adventure Time is so peak. Like, extremely peak. Dare I say, more peak than My Little Pony. Ah!
The cheese tax, the cheese tax.
You gotta pay the cheese tax. Every time you're cooking, when the cheese comes out, this puppy comes looking. The rules are the rules, and the facts are the facts. And when the cheese drawer opens, you gotta pay the tax.
The cheese tax, the cheese tax.
Hand it over quick, or things might get ugly. I can get really loud. I'm
You
a
know,
really funky
simping
puppy. I'm
for
not
Princess
just asking
Bubblegum is
'cause
so
I'm looking
real.
for snacks. This is real important business, and you gotta pay the tax.
Locked.
Marceline. I simp for Marceline. Definitely. These Old Bay sunflower seeds are good. I just wish there was more Old Bay in them, on them.
Used for murder or some kind of exorcism? Probably both. Christ almighty.
My poor closeted gay goth heart the first time I saw her. Did you ever finish the series, Megan?
Cleaning comes before fixing. Shit, this job will kill me one day. Definitely not God's work.
Oops. I've watched all of Fiona and Cake. Hi, Bob. Yeah, I fucking love Fiona. Like, is that the show that has a female version of Finn? Yeah. Highly recommend. I like the season 1 a little more than season 2, but they're both good. Fiona is like the realest, most relatable protagonist. Kitty paws.
I'm not a garbage man. I'm a trash collector.
I'm sorry, Mashi, what was your question? Did you ever finish Adventure Time? Oh, yeah, it's been a while, but I did finish it. But like I said, it was hardcore greenhead. I need a cup. Oh my goodness! Hello, Raider! Hello, Kindred Gamer! Thank you for the raid! Hello, everyone! We're playing Crime Scene Cleaner! Thank you for the follow! How are you? How was your stream? Can we get a shout out, please? Hello, Kindred! Hello, Gingerish! Welcome! Bright Bell, thank you for the follow! How are you guys? Wait, why did I get... Oh, you were also playing Crime Scene Cleaner. Ray Play, thank you for the follow. I hope you guys are doing well. If you need to raid and run, please. You just finished the game? I'm curious how many levels there are. We're on, like, the haunted one. Let's get this guy. It's just a nice, like, game to, like, zone out to. I have 4 to 5 more. That's not bad. Well, welcome on in. I'm Mashi, a Golden Retriever Cottagecore variety streamer. I play lots of games. I love cozy games the most, though. What is this? My mom is scaring the shit out of me, dude. What? Why? I wake up and she's standing over my bed praying. Didn't know she was so religious. She wasn't, but now she thinks the devil lives in our house. What the? This is a weird one. I was playing it solo, like on my own, not streaming it. And this is the furthest I got in my solo run. I beat this one and then didn't do any more because I felt like streaming it. But yes, make sure you hydrate. Get some food if you need to. I'm one of those streamers that goes for a while, cause it's my weekend off. I'm free. I rage at the haunted one. I had a big issue trying to get all the blood on the second floor, and then I realized the room below has blood on the ceiling that you need to clean, and that will finish the second floor. I was like, what am I missing?
I take you as my piece of trash.
Huzzah! What happened? Wait, that's Peter. That's the horses here. They have the same.
The horse is here.
They have the same starting noise. I have. What happened? I don't know if I got rid of that one though. Yeah. Okay, they're slightly different. No, they're really different. I'm just a dingus. Oh, there's still blood on this. Why does it seem like I'm not cleaning it? There we go. This is the worst room. I'm gonna get 2 sponges soon. I'm so excited. I love Family Guy. I think I like American Dad more than Family Guy. American Dad was so funny. South Park is probably my favorite of the adult humor animations. Yes, this makes sense. Wash the bed sheets with a sponge. It's sure to do the trick. I'm kind of sad I didn't get the flashlight. It would have helped a lot in this level. Woo! Woo! It's like stars on the ceiling. So pretty. Did you guys have those glowing glowing stars on your ceiling when you were a kid? I did. Those sticky star lights. Anything to steal?
These antipsychotics didn't work at all.
I have nothing for my sunflower seed shells. Oh, there's a speaker right there I missed. 1 second. I'm trying to open these so I can eat the seed inside. What the?
Sometimes you really don't need much to make people go crazy.
Okay, that one is finished.
Oh, God. Blown right open. Must have been a heavy caliber. Painted the walls red.
Let's bring this closer to here. Ooh.
There. No one will even notice.
You need trash. I'm watching you. Spooky. I'm shivering in my booties. Oh, give me that. Oh wow, this is very hard to scrub.
Cleaning comes before fixing.
What's that? Trash? Oh, it's a shotgun shell. Yes, that's trash. Oh, here's the shotgun.
Barrel's empty.
Where is that music coming from? Apparently it's coming from there. I love money. What's that? Okay, let's finish this. Ah! Thank you for the bits, Anonymous. You scared me. You scared the bejeebus out of me.
Wow, that's awesome.
Cox. Cox, was it you?
That's awesome. That's awesome. Wow, that's awesome.
How did you do this?
That's awesome. That's awesome.
How could this happen to me? Ah! Wow, you got me again. That's crazy. What? I would like strength, probably. They shooting her out here. They put me down. How could you do this? Oh! Thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, yellering me. Oh, God.
Cleaner's job
Ah!
is making mess.
Well, shut the fuck up. A cleaner's job is not making a mess. No one asked you to speak. Did I get everything in here? Oh. I did not. What do I want to listen to? Oh, this is a good one. How do I go to my... What the Fudge. Open music. Okay, nothing's playing. I was just wanting to make sure. Transparency. Well, I can't leave this dirty. Where's the other one?
That haunted robot vacuum won't stop until I beat the shit out of it. You either die cleaning or live long enough to be cleaned.
Oh my god, this guy's so cringe.
My janitor training comes in handy once again. After she killed her family, she finally stabbed herself in the heart.
That's crazy.
Where love comes from. I should clean it first.
It wasn't actually there.
I need to clear the way first.
What do you mean? It's okay, I'll clean it after it's all put together.
First things first. Gotta scrub, scrub,
Gotta
scrub.
scrub, scrub, scrub. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Oops. Oh. Oh my god, I could just use my scroll wheel to change my scrub buddy. God damn it. I was bringing up my tool wheel.
she must have trashed the place herself.
This chair's bugging. It's bugging me. Thank you for the head pat. Thank you for the hydrate. I should probably eat this sunflower seed and stop sucking on it. Captain! Who's that cutie? Hi.
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 It's not like they need it anymore.
Everything started when Adam got back home from his studies. The first thing I noticed was the sudden temperature changes. It was either so cold in here that you could see your breath, or so hot that it felt like a fever. Then things started moving on their own at night.
Yeah, Grandma?
At that point, I was sure Adam was possessed. I had to save my little boy. Save his soul from the evil spirit within him.
Fear and delusions have led her to murder.
That's crazy. Why isn't my cue working? Oh, it is working. Oh, is that it?
The devil's work.
Okay, trash. You're 17, 21, no fun. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, my bucket. Let's just put an open flame in the trash can. That's fine. It'll be fine. I love when no traffic. That's great. little girl. Oops. Ah. Where's the... Wait, I have 2 mops?
No jump scares. Let's keep it that way. We got this. We're almost there.
Get in your right spot. Okay.
I've got a hunch on who the family favorite was.
Yeah, Jesus. Damn. I love Gigi, but I mean, if I was rich, I would have tons of portraits of him. Okay, I think I need to turn on my own turn off my own music and turn up the volume because I'm missing some evidence. Where is that coming from? Is there anything else in here? Oh, I found a thing I wouldn't have found otherwise if I didn't go back in that room. That's nice. Oh, this. Holy shit. I'm missing one more thing. Is it on this floor? Oh, it is.
Such a little device, so much carnage.
Okay. Well, task complete.
Whoa, 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 easy.
Nothing I can steal? Oh, money. No, not money. Get rid of trash? Oh no.
Can't pick up anything with a full bag.
Okay. Dispose of garbage bag. Posture check. Thank you, Sunny. It would be really fun if this game was a multiplayer. Okay, we're done. Let's go. Wow. Oh, I missed the secret. Damn it. I hate when I miss the secrets. But now I can get my double sponge. There's my boy.
Who's a good boy? Who's not working for a mom?
Go to bed.
Gentlemen, Big Jim. We've let him do whatever he wants for far too long.
I have returned.
But
Welcome
yeah,
back.
It's time we teach this motherfucker who real.
Did someone call for Big Jim? Who's laughing now?
Well, then.
No, please, please. I swear. I
I won't tell him.
Too much talking.
That looks so good. Where's my pup? Surely we've made that much by now. We have made that much.
Are you hungry, Dexter? Do you like pizza?
I watched Tuck and Dale versus Evil. Bruh. Have you seen it before? Oh yeah, you have, right? You knew what it was. I need to try the Chicago one. I've seen it on TikTok and it looks good. I won't feed the dog pizza. Nom 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 nom. I can't wait to eventually try a deep dish pizza. Wink wink. Other kids are mean. Hi, Dad. It's been a tough day and I just need to get this out. I made some friends, but some kids are stupid. I told Katie that my dad works as a janitor, and then the whole table started laughing at me. It was so mean. Everyone was mocking me. I was done with it and I just had to leave. But don't worry, Dad. I know you work really hard, and I'm glad to be your daughter. Please give Dexter a nice treat for me. A wild hoot hoot. Okay, 1 second. have returned. 11 bodies? Jesus. Okay, so this level I have not done yet. Chapter
What a
5.
massacre. Here I thought that I'd finally gotten used to this job. I couldn't be proved any more wrong. That made me realize that there's no escaping Big Jim. At least, not if I didn't want to be full of holes like a cheese.
We had a busy night, so expect to deal with 11 bodies.
Okay, understood.
Oh, and one more thing. Some old hag started yelling at us from the window.
Ma'am, this is a Wendy's.
Yeah, hello.
Sure thing. All right, let's get to work.
That's one body.
Mamma mia. This place looks more tangled than the
Cool. Can you give me a sec?
Oh my god.
We are so.
We are so fucked. I am good. How are you today? I'll BRB. Okay. Oops, I didn't mean to punch him.
Unbelievable what people can do in the
Hi, Mashi. I just woke up. Good morning. Get in there.
Looks like I'm on a key hunt. These doors won't open themselves.
Oh, I should have got the axe upgrade.
Time for a bag swap.
Oh, she's so strong, she's punching tables into bits. Hello, Luke4122. I'm so strong. I'm so muscly. Yeah. Rhea had to run. I'm sorry.
No use fixing. Better to throw it away.
Gosh, this is gonna be a clean.
Y'all ain't gonna believe this shit. And nobody's even here to see.
Hello there. Welcome to my stream, Mashimaro. Or Mashi. Oh, look at my... Look at... This is so silly. De Vries said, "Greet strangers with sword and flower."
Tray so clean you can eat off of it.
Thank you, Luke, for the follow. Thank you so much. Okay. There's a lot of trash this round.
Bullet after bullet after bullet. If I didn't know any better, I'd think some tomato sauce.
They just made a really big mess of the spaghetti sauce or the pizza sauce.
So, what secrets do you hide?
Oh yeah, give me that money. Give it! Give the money! Give it! There we go.
Need to empty the trash can first. There was no need for so many tables anyway. Time for a bag swap.
I should have bought the axe. Damn it.
Time for a bag swap. Need to empty the trash can first.
God, there's so many trash bags. It is a murder.
Proceeding with an alliance without mine. I guess they didn't learn their lesson.
We'll get this place looking spick and span. Like it's gone through a remodel. We want... Oh.
First things first. Gotta scrub, scrub, scrub.
JJ. I'm scrubbing. What am I missing? Ah, my tummy's gurgling. Dinner might be ready soon. Scrub. We gotta scrub. I think these are like my best cleaning items I have. Yeah, though, this is totally not suspicious at all. Yeah, it's not even made of glass. Yeah, take his stuff. Let's...
Thought that nomads would be
I'll just toss him in the trunk and you can grab his stuff, okay?
to get their revenge.
Oh! Oops, I didn't mean to punch him.
They can't put it back like that. Something is blocking the way.
What's blocking the way? A chair? Hello. Would you like a piece of pizza? Ouch! You're very red.
I wouldn't have ate that.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's been sitting for a while.
I still wouldn't have ate it. Why is there... Oh.
What?
I thought you were playing a different game.
No, I'm playing Crime Scene. Why is there a dead body? Is that what you were gonna ask?
Why is there someone's blood all over the pizza oven?
Because someone got shoved in it.
Why
And
is
shot.
someone... Oh, okay.
industrial freezer.
Why the cook? Steals, cooks stuff. Look, it's already looking great. It's already looking spick and span. Perfect. Pumpkin.
Another proof that more people should start reading.
Ha ha! Ah ha ha! May your kingdom burn! Ha ha ha! Fucking fight me, fuck your king.
Come on, Pigman, it's almost nighttime. Let's go.
Sugar's like, come on, Pigman, let's go. And you're fucking burning down their entire civilization. That's really funny. I'd do it again. My scrub buddies are dirty. Okay. Let's get this guy out of here. Jesus. Today was a day, my dude. Oh, yeah?
So, they turned it into an interrogation room.
So now that you had time to think, are you finally in a mood to talk? Shit, he dropped dead already. Why do I always fuck things up?
He really deserves a cold shoulder for a fuck up like that.
Oh, Lord. Whoa.
We're fucked, boss. Big Jim knows all about the meeting at Mateo's. Knows all about the deal. Run!
Answering this one would save many lives.
Where does this guy go? Well, you're gonna go there for now until I can find. Hi. I know there's blood on it.
Cleaning comes before fixing.
Look at me go. Such a pro. I'm double fisting it. I am. Monkey. Monkey. Oh, good. She got the blood off. Of course I did. I can't open these, really? Why? Whatever. Oh, I forgot the guy in the shitter. Come on! This chair is not... There we go. Oh, gross. Dude.
Back to the roots with good old toilet cleaning.
What a mess. Moshi crime scene.
Vincent, is that you?
My son Riley, I told him to go talk to the new guy because he also likes Dallas Cowboys. And he got excited, so he went over to him, but he was standing awkwardly behind him trying to get his attention, so I yelled over at the new guy and was like, yo, he wants to talk about the Dallas Cowboys. And they both got excited and talked about sports for like 20 minutes. I'm gonna be a great mom. You are.
I wonder what kind of secret ingredients do they keep in the basement.
Oh. Just casually forgetting about all the blood on in the kitchen.
Unbelievable. This glass is intact after all this action.
It was made for this occasion. Oh, what did I break? Money. I finally got my 2 sponges, yes. Pumpkin, I got sunflower seeds. I'm trying the Old Bay ones, but they're not Old Bay-y enough. Yes, it's way easier to use. Plus I have 3 of them. I have 3 dual sponges.
Found you.
6'7", 6'7". 6'7". Thank you for the posture check.
If only you'd listen to your dad, Amy.
Hi, Mashi. I'm Beatos. I'm like a chicken, but in the Antarctic. Oh, okay.
One bullet hit her leg, the other went through her neck. Poor girl. This wasn't supposed to happen to her. Another innocent soul ending up in a body bag in my car. Am I the real monster now?
I heard the game added a Freddy Fazbear map. Is that true? I don't know. I'm still in like the base game stuff. Yeah. I'm missing a furniture, but I don't know. Something is not in place. I don't know what it is. Oh. Where the hell is that? Where the hell is the globe? Oh. Oh. Babies. We're not done yet.
Is that some ladder to hell?
It's like nothing horrible ever happened, right?
That's where they were making the reef.
Are you out of your mind? Trying to play Russian roulette with a Makarov? It's not Russian, it's an Italian roulette. That's not the point. If you're such a softy, then I'll start.
Good thing someone has already cleaned up after this idiot. Fuck.
8930. 8930.
Easy peasy.
Why so many pineapples? Happier day. really sure where the globe is.
When I came back home, everything was already in ruins. Those bastards demolished the entire state. And then all I could save was that little plant. One only little plant.
Sounds weirdly familiar.
I'm so confused. I'm missing a body and I'm missing a globe. How could I be missing a body? Guys, what do you think? Where am I missing a body? Good thing I went back down here. I would have missed out on money. Where is it? I'm gonna make a lose it. Hi, Gigi. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Okay, so where's the 11th body? Oh my god. Is that it? Oh.
Big Jim is ruthless. Hard to believe I'm on his payroll now.
Oh my god. Please. Did not expect to have to do parkour in this game. How do I get in? Is there... Oh my god.
A perfect spot for painting and spying on your neighbors.
Please help me. I keep getting shot. Thank you for the bits. I totally did not jump.
Someone got hit in the boing lines.
Someone got hit in the boing lines.
Hit in the boing lines. Boing lines. Boing lines. Somebody got hit in them. Peace out!
That's sad. She had a cat. That's sad. We're done, I believe. All tasks completed. All tasks completed. Completed. Okay. Let's freaking go. Aww. Aww. You know, whatever. Hi, Silent. Oh, I didn't buy the axe. Damn it, it's fine.
What? You're such a good boy, you don't want to touch that?
Aww. Where does this guy keep losing his cell phone?
Mr. Kowalski, perfect job. Not even a drop of ketchup left. So I've sent you a little present. Big Jim likes to appreciate his people. I also put in a good word for you in the underworld. Expect new customers coming.
More customers or more psychos?
A present?
It's open. Just come in.
Hi, is Mark back home already?
He should be in a few minutes. Do you want something to drink while waiting?
No thanks.
Bruh. He took a drink anyway!
Mom? What are those noises down there?
hope you're not tired of me, Mr. Kowalski, because you know what? Trisha and I are moving in together to an apartment closer to yours. Maybe now it'll be easier to meet, catch up, and just chat. You can come visit us. That was a very short rave light and show party of Right now we are just renting, but you see Big Jim seems to like me and pays me really well. Maybe one day me and Trisha will be able to buy a house on our own. That would be fucking amazing. We have already started saving money. I can't believe it is all going so well. Pedro Rascal! Oh, bruh. Where the fuck is my phone? Do I need to answer the frickin' phone? I can't find my phone. Oh, I'm stuck. What in the world is happening here? Bruh, I swear I looked here.
Son of a bitch was having an affair with my wife, so I just offed him and his entire family. The problem is I didn't really think it through, so you'll need to get rid of the surveillance footage as well. I'll send you the address over email. I just need to wash this blood off me first.
That doesn't sound good, but duty calls.
Bruh.
I don't know at which point it started to become mundane, but I do remember that at that time, all I was thinking about was at least it wasn't me who was being put in a bag.
Do I... Gigi! You didn't eat your food, why? Why didn't you eat your food, Gigi?
Time to look for the bodies.
Whoa.
Holy fuck. Bloodbath. Won't budge. Looks like some kind of electronic lock.
Oh, there's a body down there. What the hell? Okay, how do I get in? It's a lot of bullets.
That's where he was shot for the first time. Managed to walk a few steps and fell into the water.
Basketball court. I don't see where to get in. Let me in.
Maybe a short circuit would do the job.
This game is reminding me of House Flipper 2, and I'm tempted to get off Wynn's meat. Hope you're having fun, Mashi. I am. I'm just confused. I don't know how to get in. It says short circuit. Maybe a short circuit will do. Joker. Oops.
Just follow my lead. Got it.
Help me! The place is mine! Ah, I'm gonna be impaled! Ah. I'm okay!
What the fuck? I found it. Oh my god, the chair is here. Peter, the chair is here. Oh, I upgraded my... I upgraded the strength on my pressure washer. My pressure washer! Oops.
Shot in the back, one in the head. He didn't really stand a chance. There you go.
There you go. What time is it, guys? 5? Yeah, I should probably eat something. Let me finish this. Looks good, looks good.
Mr. Castle, can I talk to you for a second? About what? You and Bianca Brenner. What are you trying to... I saw you two last night. Even took some photos. But your wife doesn't need to see them. I just... Shut up. Not here. Let's go inside.
One affair too far, Mark.
Wow, brand new. Okay. Yeah, food is a thing. Sometimes we forget because we be gamers. One second, be right back.
Make it look nice and clean.
Sorry, hi. We ended up getting dinner and making milkshakes. Took longer than I thought. Eat it up. I made a strawberry one with some leftover strawberry syrup I had made. Eat it up, eat it, eat it, eat it up, eat it up, eat it up, eat it, eat it.
Can't pick up anything with a full bag. Attacked by surprise. Probably had no idea somebody's after her husband. Time for a bag swap.
Eat it up, eat it up. Eat it up.
I should clean it first.
Oh, hell yeah.
Tried to make that call, but ran out of time.
Oh, that's sad.
clearly went off the deep end. Did he blame her for her husband's misbehavior?
Yeah, that's kind of fucked up. Where is the classical music coming from? Well, let's drop this body off first and then go try to find it. I just found out some bad. You just found out some bad news? What? Well, what happened? Dr. Mashi, what happened? What happened? Oh no! Which one? I'm so sorry. There's been a lot of YouTubers recently who have passed away. So odd.
Cleaning comes before fixing.
I'm trying to clean it. Is it on the inside? There we go. Chronic disorder? That's so sad. Jesus. Wow, she was so young. What happened to my music? Yes, Joker. Mahi, Ashi, Masi. Masi. Junkler. Ochre. Your name just gets shorter and shorter. Mine would be E. Oh, I haven't done the Wordle today. I need to go do that.
Locked tight. Looks like I'll need to find a key.
E.
Joyful nihilism. Is that what makes this whole ride worthwhile? Can't pick up anything with a full bag. Your concerns were legit. Dad had an affair and fucked the whole family by accident.
My music. Cystic fibrosis? Oh, that's terrible.
What do we have here? Compulsive gamer.
What the fuck? What the hell? Hi, Zilla. Bruh. Who is this? The husband that cheated on his wife? Oh, no, this is the guy who... The girl cheated? I don't know who this is. Nice setup, though, dude. Toilet paper!
It won't move like this.
Bruh. Disgusting. Damn, bitch, you live like this? Why am I cleaning up his mess?
Yeah, it literally killed him. Gamers, brace yourselves.
Where does this go?
I need to clear the way first.
What is under there? I don't see... Is it this? No?
Something is blocking the way.
Yeah, what? Oh my.
I need to clear the way first.
Really? Because it had toilet paper on... Oh my. Oh, is that... are you talking about, what was her name? She did a lot of VR streams with someone I watch. I forgot his name. Yeah. That's very sad. Kitty? Oh, Illy. Yes, Illy.
Just imagine playing some FPS and ending up with a bullet in your head. Now that's what I call immersion.
It wasn't FPS, he was playing Dark Souls, you dumbass! He was playing Dark Souls, not FPS. It literally says you died on the screen. What the? No, I did not just do that. Oh my gosh. Oh my god.
If you'd ever bought these, maybe you could have saved your family. Yeah, probably not.
And I couldn't help but fall in love again. No, I couldn't help but fall in love again.
Is that the surveillance room? It might be worth something. So much for healthy living.
Okay. Ground floor's done. Now let's go back to the second floor. Holy shit.
Need to empty the trash can first. Don't have a key. A hatchet will do. I need to be careful so she
Whoa!
doesn't fall.
Oh my god. You should have listened to that voice line that happened after you opened the door. Yeah.
First things first. Gotta scrub, scrub, scrub. Like no one was ever here.
Oh my god. We keep calm and live, laugh, love.
Best I can do.
Milkshake is so fucking good. You wanna go? Well, that was easy.
Can't really call it a soft landing. Time for a bag swap. Can't pick up anything with a full bag.
Having the axe would be really helpful right about now. This motherfucker is the Spider-Man of crime scene killing. Mashi, would you like to clean my room as well? Did you commit a crime? I only clean the rooms of criminals.
Need to empty the trash can first. Hard to imagine losing a child like that.
I already raided this area. Whoa, that's cool. I want to live here.
Good old times. Now I have to deal with Jennifer's body.
Understand, do understand. In my hands, I could be a pretty girl.
There you go. It was nice not knowing you.
Rich people and their rich people problems. Like getting murdered. Ah. I can't. Ah! I'm missing a body. I'm very confused. Are you kidding me? Oh my. Okay, fourth body. Where could the fourth body be? Oh, there's another room. Well, patio thing. I'm missing something here. How the heck am I missing a body? was the son's room. This is the bathroom. Daughter's room. God damn it. Where the fuck did he put this last body? There was 1, 2, 3. I'm really at a loss here. I don't know where the last body is. So I'm very confused. I've checked every room. I've unlocked all the doors, I'm pretty sure. I've drained the pool. Wait, there's a basement? How do I get to the basement? How do I get? Oh my god. Are you kidding me?
Jesus, that one was torture. As if one wasn't enough.
Ah!
Handy for breaking bones. This was not a drill. A lot of stab wounds, some drill marks. Easy to see it was deeply personal. So that must be Mark. Hi, Mark.
Hi, Mark.
Hi, Mark.
Bye, Mark. Take photos in swimming pool. We did it. I ended up eating a pork roast with potatoes and carrots and a milkshake. It was delicious. Aww, while you were cooking, that's so nice. What did you cook? What was I wanting? I was wanting something that Oh, I want the flashlight. Oh, I could take the trash can. Oh, hell yeah. Increase capacity. Ah! Rude. Thank you for the bits.
Daddy's working for a mob boss, but you're still a good boy.
Babe, we're almost done. Are you ready?
Not yet. Something's wrong.
Oh no.
Oh. Yes. You can try for yourself.
Oh, that's strange. He usually works for me.
God, just shut up. Try another one.
Finish there?
I don't know. Why can't things go right for once?
Oh no, not Tyler. That's my friend. Oh my god. Wow. It's looking nice in here.
Don't worry, Dexter. Ladies are more into good boys.
Oh wait.
Morning, Kowalski. This time I have an easy peasy job for you. You need to clean after that rat, Tyler. One small apartment, just a few bodies. Go to his place, tidy it up, and that's it. That fool and his nomad girlfriend hosted a conspiracy meeting against me. Now at least I'm done for good with this nomad shit.
For fuck's sake, Tyler. You of all people should have known that this guy wouldn't let it pass.
Oh no. Okay, I think that's it for tonight. I am less sleepy. You can go watch Pumpkin play Magic. Balatro multiplayer? What the? Let's raid Pumpkin. Oh, she's playing Magic with Peas and Shade and Zilla.